Brother, that actually scared me. Not gonna lie.
Looks like the fog cleared up.
That's where we last left off, right?
Gallatin Street is in direct contrast to the French Quarter level. In the French Quarter we had a lot of colors, nice materials, beautiful architecture and that kind of stuff. We went with a much more worn down look to the buildings. We have almost a desaturated overall mood. And you can almost taste the melancholy.
You want to tell me what this is all about?
Welcome, Detective, to the greatest show this side of the Mississippi. Now the hotel, the Black Pharaoh, the ancient magician who lived 1,000 lives and wore 1,000 masks.
I can see why you settled on calling him the Dark Man. Saves your breath. So, you got scared by a stage magician, and now he's living inside your head.
You can mock me, Detective, but you would be the crazy one to think his presence can be ignored. Look where we are!
We didn't get to finish our last conversation, did we? You were about to tell me how to break the contract with the Dark Man.
No, we can't. We would turn her loose on the world. So many innocent would die.
But there is a way to break out of the deal.
There is. You offered me a way out. Steps to take.
What are they?
You'll never find them. They're forever entombed in his sunken desert temple.
Jeremy, I'm not your enemy. Tell me where to go. How do I find the temple?
No, we can't. I have to make this sacrifice.
God damn it, Jeremy. I'm gonna save you. Don't worry. How do you save someone who doesn't want to be saved? Well, he's gonna get saved no matter what. I just need to find the temple somehow.
You have to fight them again. I guess I'll have to. Okay, bring it on. Is that it? Nice, I did it. I did it.
Looks like the fog cleared up.
So apparently somewhere in here. I think over here. Yep. There we go. Yeah, that's what I missed earlier. I wanted to get that. Okay. It was worth it. Pretty much. Okay. Now we can go and watch the cutscene again. Let me check the other side too. Why not? You can't go further. Okay, let's go. Okay, let's continue.
How do you save someone who doesn't want to be saved? Well, he's gonna get saved no matter what. I just need to find the temple somehow.
For the showroom, we can talk about a few things. The first would be the theater-like scene. We wanted to portray or picture a real theater scene, so it isn't built in a factory. It should look pretty fake, and we also have the color scheme, which is inspired by the Darkman. And the last reference we have the fresque in the background, which is depicting the dark sun from the next level. So that's a pretty nice foreshadow, I think.
Oh.
Arriving from the showroom through the sarcophagus, we knew we wanted to show the player a very grand and epic vista, and we added this small plateau as an overlook, and as you can see it's a really vast and epic desert we have here, and the dark sun creating the long shadows and the twinkling speculars in the sand is, to me, it's a very nice view.
Ugh. A sunken desert temple. I better get down there.
The desert level is sprung out of the text from Jeremy's diary in the original game, where he writes, while describing a dream, "The night is pitch black, I am again drenched in sweat. I was wandering in dunes among giant standing stones." It is one of the two other worlds that show extremes. Most of the scenery we've seen so far, except for a brief visit to Taroea, everything has been taking place in New Orleans or Louisiana. But here we are in the desert, ready to descend into the Dark Man's sunken temple, and we are introduced to the story of the pharaoh Nephron-Ka.
The temple of Nephron-Ka lies under our camp. Despite all efforts, that unholy site did not collapse, but sink beneath the sand. The pharaoh is long dead, his name meticulously stricken from all ancient writing. But that stage meant for blood and terror remains. The temple is said to be lightless, built to harbour all the haunters of the dark found in the very depths of our universe. Calling on the gods meant creating a bridge between our world and theirs. The terrible Aldebaran of Taurus, the Black Sun, was seen as the most important star in the night sky, because, according to the Kitab al-Azif, it was said to be the home of that crawling chaos known as Nyarlathotep. Through ancient mechanisms, it was said that the priests could open shafts channeling the light emitted by that strange stone called the Shining Trapezohedron. Several streams pooled together above the statue of that dark man would then be sent through space towards the Black Sun, a message to the gods. The gifts bestowed on the sender are completely undocumented, but often assumes to involve dark blood pacts, where souls are traded for malicious miracles.
Here we go. Star constellation from one of Jeremy's books. The Taurus. And one star's clearly bigger. Must be important.
For the temple, we explored, or actually we went with having tilted walls, so they would be narrower up top, to create some kind of tension for the player, as well as it's a pretty nice symbolic design choice, because the shape of a pyramid as well. But we also have the large walls, which we filled with hieroglyphs inspired by the ancient Egyptians, and a direct reference to the Darkman is the painted stone patina as well.
I got a feeling this is it. This is where the contract is hidden. But how do I get to it? something missing. This one looks operational. Will work.
If you look at the statue of the Dark Man across the room, you can see his one hand making the gesture that Ruth makes when meeting Carnaby in the Maccabean. But most importantly, we find the same sign on the painting of Emily if you manage to unlock her cult ending. Of course, Emily then makes the same submission gesture to the Dark Man to join his fold, and that's how you trigger her cult ending. The sign is actually described in the original game in the text called Demonia Particularis, Signs and Rituals by Heinrich Kassel. And I remember as soon as I sort of read that, I was like, we're totally making something out of that.
Huh. Acknowledge psychological trauma, break through barriers of self-deceit, temper manic behavior. These are the Dark Man's terms. The contract. Huh?
Hey. Hey. What are you doing?
Oh, I found some.
Great. Was it alcohol?
God, no, I just got the wind knocked out of me. I think I know how to break the contract with the Dark Man.
What exactly does that mean?
Everything going back to normal.
All right. I found some more information on Derceto and the patients. There are some seriously strange things going on here. I'm pretty sure 2 of the patients are dead, and maybe even the clerk.
Oh, yeah. I kind of just gave up on worrying about that.
Well, just keep your eyes open, I suppose. What were you doing again?
Jeremy made a pact with the Dark Man to keep all the madness locked inside Derceto.
All right.
I'm gonna break it. I just have to... Where is it? Where's the talisman?
It's around your neck? I worry, Detective.
Don't. I'm fine.
I worry that you're not much help on this case. At least you're a good distraction.
Trust me. You're getting your money's worth. At this rate, I'm an absolute bargain.
He must first acknowledge psychological trauma in order to proceed. The lying must stop, so we can break through the barriers of self-deceit. Finally, temper manic behavior.
Medicine has failed me. Nothing can be done to dispel the hardwood curse. Only the sacrificial dagger may release the despair from Jacob's eye. Yet, doing so would be the doom of Derceto. Let this curse of mine be a weapon for once. I accept your demands. Oh, crawling chaos. Build your prison around this godforsaken hospital. When evil has been starved, I will stay buried forever.
got to be around here somewhere. He wouldn't leave this house.
I don't know what to think anymore. You run into that detective fella?
Who is he? Can he be trusted?
I think he one of the good guys. Well, you know, like us.
Will he be all right with her coming? Praise the mother.
He don't need to know about all that. Just calm down. Ain't time yet.
God, it hurts.
As far as I can tell, Detective Comby seems to be solving problems, not causing them.
Just be ready in case he starts anything.
I was already here before in the past, so I guess there's no point for me. I mean, let's hear it. Maybe there's something.
Here we are in chapter 4. We have returned to Derceto after being away in the other worlds for a while. The sun has set and the weather is getting worse. We just learned that Baptiste and Lottie are back in the house, and we put a little bit of suspicion on them, because this chapter is about getting the player to first become a little paranoid, but ultimately feel like their character has almost lost their mind.
After coming back to the Derceto, we have this night mood going, and besides the blue moonlight, we have used the green light, the green artificial light, as an amplifier to increase the amount of horror or nightmare mood, sort of.
The two orderlies still hadn't found Jeremy. Conby figured this was good news. Emily had reminded him about some strange deaths at Derceto, and Conby wasn't sure who he could trust.
What the hell was that?
We must have faith that Jeremy's pact with the Dark Man is a bluff. If we are lucky, our visitors will find him and prove it's all nonsense before night falls. What is true is our attempt to call on her. Too many things have happened for this evening to be in vain. Think of Jack and Cassandra, even Perosi, whose circumstances I can't understand. Grace is our goat without horns. She knows it and will play the role. You must talk to your brother, Baptiste. I worry that he will fail us. Mrs. Thompson. Lunacy and the Astarte Artist Colony, a monograph by Yael Klein. In early 1909, the old Derceto plantation outside of New Orleans was turned into an artist's colony. 3 famous European artists rented the house and the surrounding land from the owner, the Ledoux family. The colony was chiefly run by Sebastian Cortez, who was playfully dubbed the captain by his collaborators, William Arges and Heinrich Kassel. The colony existed for 6 years, until one day all 12 members disappeared without a trace. It is widely believed that their disappearance is connected to the disastrous hurricane that passed through on September 29, 1915, but nothing truly supports this claim. What is known is their frequent participation in New Orleans nightlife, their love for hosting parties, and their elaborate contributions to the Mardi Gras parades as the Pirates of Pontchartrain. Accounts of their lifestyle can be found in almost every gossip column. It can effectively be summed up as carefree and bohemian. In late June 1909, the name Astarte first appeared in the newspaper. Lunacy and the Astarte Artist Colony, a monograph by Yael Klein. In early 1909, the old Derceto plantation outside of New Orleans was turned into an artist's colony. 3 famous European artists rented the house and the surrounding land from the owner, the Ledoux family. The colony was chiefly run by Sebastian Cortez, who was playfully dubbed the captain by his collaborators, William Arges and Heinrich Kassel. The colony existed for 6 years, until one day all 12 members disappeared without a trace. It is widely believed that their disappearance is connected to the disastrous hurricane that passed through on September 29, 1915, but nothing truly supports this claim. What is known is their frequent participation in New Orleans nightlife, their love for hosting parties, and their elaborate contributions to the Mardi Gras parades as the Pirates of Pontchartrain. Accounts of their lifestyle can be found in almost every gossip column. It can effectively be summed up as carefree and bohemian. In late June 1909, the name Astarte first appeared in the newspapers. Cortez said the name came to him as he was painting. There is never any claim to knowing about the ancient Phoenician fertility goddess with the same name before this time. His fellow colonist Heinrich Kassel did know, because he later produced sculptures that show clear references to ancient idols of the goddess. It's impossible to know for sure how this name suddenly made an appearance, but it is interesting because of Derceto's history. Even the name Derceto is the Greek name of a Syrian fertility goddess. In the case of naming the plantation, Derceto was certainly not an accident. We know that Elijah Pickford intended to build a temple for his cult, for he had distributed pamphlets 2 years prior to the purchase of the land, advertising his intentions. His followers were estimated to be almost 100 men and women, mostly sailors, Maroons, and Cajuns, when the plantation was built. To outsiders, Derceto registered as an ordinary slave plantation, which enabled Pickford and his flock to remain hidden for decades. The official story is that the cult lasted until 1862, when the Union Army came and burned down the plantation and scattered all who lived there. Following the Civil War, new people started to congregate in the ruins of Derceto to invent a new fertility goddess, the Shub-Niggurath. As much as Derceto is a particular name to have heard of, it's not entirely uncommon among the learned. Astarte is equally known and could have been subconsciously chosen by well-read artists. Shub-Niggurath is, on the other hand, very uncommon. Almost impossible that anyone in Louisiana would have heard that name. The name is referenced only in rare books like Unaussprechlichen Kulten and the Necronomicon, and is believed to be a bastardization of Arabic words meaning pertaining to the dark young. The few paragraphs printed on the goddess are so upsetting that no one in their right mind would want to build a religion resting on such qualities. The Shub-Niggurath cult was hard to get rid of, but it is believed that despite the police jailing and killing several cultists over the years, the main culprit in the cult's demise is the cult itself, which seems to line up with every instance of cult activity on Derceto's grounds. When Captain J.W. Norton of the Union Army arrived, he described the people at Derceto as malnourished and maniacal. As much as the army tried to save them, they fought back with fervor, as if nothing was going to stop them from slowly destroying themselves. While the disappearance of the Astarte artist colony remains a mystery, the recurring motif seems to suggest that their fate involved lunacy and a hunger for self-sacrifice to that fertility goddess with 1,000 names.
As we were opening up more of Derceto in Chapter 4, it felt necessary to close something off, to avoid having the player roam around unnecessarily in places where nothing was meant to happen. But to let the player have one final look, we lead them through the dining hall and the library, but most importantly the conservatory. If you have finished the game, you already know that this is the most important room in the house. This is where, early on in Chapter 1, we first show you the tree, which turns out to be the final boss in Chapter 5. Even though the player doesn't know the tree is the big baddie yet, it felt important to remind the player about it, that it simply existed. That's why we take this little lap before we get into the proper play area of Chapter 4.
Mrs. Thompson, I understand the last week has been busy. Under these circumstances, I find it important to remind you that Derceto's concerns are not a public matter, nor is it something that should upset you. Please continue your excellent work, and don't spend a thought on the death of Perosi, or, more importantly, the suicide of Cassandra Beauregard. They should mean nothing to you or the staff. I rely on your loyalty, and trust that your close kinship with the Tabois siblings will keep Derceto's secrets hidden. Dr. Gray.
Another huge difference is that even if I used to say that the house in the original game was a kind of character in the game, actually it was more just Jeremy Hartwood's house. But now there is really more connection between the character and the house.
We certainly had a little bit more freedom to make Derceto bigger and sort of mean more, I suppose. But yeah, I wouldn't immediately say one decision is better than the other. I think it was a powerful experience to just rummage through Jeremy Hartwood's house in the original.
Detective Comby, I'm terribly sorry that my niece has pulled you into this mess. Please, with all my blessings, take her away from this cursed place. I have destroyed that Eater of Worlds and locked it away in the attic and retreated to a place of hiding. Tell Emily I'm safe. Tell her all the lies you can think of to make her listen. Take her back to New Orleans. Sincerely, Jeremy.
Brother, I need you to trust me. This is the most important moment in our family's history. I know you have doubts and that the terrible Mama Loa told you lies. I would never betray you. I promise. Lottie.
Detective Conby. Good to see you again. Solved your case yet?
I'm trying. Hey, Grace, you okay?
Oh, she is just peachy, Detective. Are you looking forward to the Feast of St. John, Grace?
I can't wait!
Kids, ain't they great?
What exactly are you planning for tonight?
Oh, not much. We eat, we drink, we pay tribute to the wishing tree in the conservatory. The usual.
Then why all the excitement?
There is just something about tonight. Something's different. I think we all feel it. Besides, we got ourselves some new words for the prayer thanks to your buddy Jeremy.
She'll come and turn the world inside out, and things will begin again.
That sounds strangely threatening.
You should come.
God damn it, Grace. Stay put for once.
There's something missing. I better hold on to these. Wouldn't want them to get lost. Surprisingly neat. Maybe I've been selling that old barfly short.
Sometimes I think this place makes me worse. That Derceto might be my grave. A coffin made of ostentatious architecture. A Taj Mahal for the drunken depressed. There's something about Derceto. Something about Dr. Gray. Like we all pretend that we're here to get better, when in fact we are here to be forgotten.
McCarthy was a deadbeat. His mere presence annoyed Conby. It was like watching the worst version of himself mock him by simply being worthless. While Conby enjoyed watching the child outplay the drunkard, there was something terrifyingly familiar about Grace. It was taunting him, like he was supposed to remember, but couldn't.
This is my room. I belong here.
Chapter 4 is all about making the player question the sanity of our hero. This story has the hero focused on breaking a very vague contract that hinges on these 3 steps, which to the player is fairly clear that it is just a treatment plan written by Dr. Gray covered in coal. This is meant to make the player worry about what our hero is actually reading into it, that we just can't see. But nothing in Chapter 4 reads quite like insanity like the empty room. The mood here is different, like we just stepped into a state of timelessness. And our character seems to feel a connection to the room, like they belonged here. No matter how on board the player is with the state of mind of the character they are playing, the empty room ultimately leads our hero to face off with their own personal trauma.
I recognize this view. I know that number. Where's that from? I did this. I wrote that. I know the combination. I carry it with me.
Detective, I have made many discoveries in my case. The child we want is safe, thanks to good people like me and you. We're so similar, but you don't see all the things I do. To find your man, Jeremy, you also need to look for the girl. It has always been that way. The young deliver us all. You should have a look in my room. There's a piece of the puzzle you will need. Take care now. My coffee.
How long have I been here? Looks like McCarthy has something hidden inside. Why would McCarthy lock this up? Was he trying to keep Grace from completing the shape? If so, couldn't she have just made another drawing?
What the hell happened in here?
The empty room always felt familiar. It had a mild fragrance of crushed leaves and wet sand that somehow convinced visitors that they belonged. It wasn't real, of course, but it was more real than many other things you could find.
Did you see that face over there? It was right there. Did you see that? I bet you did. I bet you did.
There must be a spare key to Dr. Gray's office in here somewhere.
For me, the original game was more an adventure game than a fight game. A kind of a try to bring the point-and-click spirit into 3D.
Yes. The thing is, I can't find the thing, you know? The code or whatever.
I don't have the combination for this. But maybe Jeremy did.
Where? Like, I literally looked everywhere and I can't just find it. Honestly, can't find it. Yeah, I don't understand where.
I need the key.
I think I'm missing something.
What a terrible thing to recognize that your betterment was an illusion. That you are so infatuated by the virtue of struggling that despite all your hard work, you made no real efforts to ever become well. Or that the treatment becomes such an obsession that instead of letting your wounds heal over time, you tear at the flesh in the hope that it will heal better and faster, if only it would bleed in the way you wanted. Do we ever become well? What do you think, Dr. Gray?
Oh my god, it was actually right here all the time. It says literally 913, date of admission. Oh my god, man. Man. So, 9, 1, and 3. Oh. Okay, so 9, 1, and 3. Yes, I think I'm doing something wrong. But yeah, so 9, 1, and 3. What? Oh my god, wait. Oh. This is 9. Oh no. 1, 3. There
It
we go.
worked.
The last guest in the empty room suffered from severe maladaptation. I must write this down, because if I understand the condition sufficiently, it could make me deny this fact at a later date, and there is reason for me to think I may come to suffer the consequences from this dysfunction, as some who came in contact with the guest seemed to adopt a new worldview, in which everything was predetermined but broken. Upon accepting this worldview, some memories became unmanageable and later rejected. I do not know what this means. I cannot even remember the fate of the guest. I think they were simply misplaced one day and forgotten. Just like all documents pertaining to this guest, they have all been destroyed, or they never existed in the first place. Who wrote this? There has never been a guest in the empty room.
Dr. Gray's office, all to myself. Let's see if we can figure this guy out.
As I was naming the things in our story that wasn't at the very center, but rather that I needed another doctor for Dr. Gray to be corresponding with, for instance, I tried to pick things found in the original game that seemed to have an essence of the thing I was naming. But as I was doing this, I realized that the original names had something peculiar to them. The names sometimes correlated with names of the developers themselves. So for instance, in the name Tarouea, it was a take on Jean-Marc Toroea, who was one of the 2D artists for the original game. Or for instance, the text named The Book of Yael, written by a Monsignor Vacher, both fits the first name of Yael Barros, another 2D artist, and also Philippe Vacher, the composer. You might think this would provoke me to start pulling names out of our own team, but I instead decided to double down on the original team. Since this is a love letter to the original, I didn't want to focus on our team, but rather the ones who came before. I always split the names, of course. I don't want anyone to think I was referencing the actual person. I don't know any of them, so yeah. The only person from the original game that is mysteriously but actually addressed in our game is Frederick Renal.
I have finished tidying up Miss Beauregard's belongings. I will leave it to you to contact her agent and have them collect her things. I found one of Grace's drawings she might want back, along with this key in her room, which I believe you've been looking for, Mrs. Thompson.
This is where McCarthy has hidden my favorite young. It's very important.
Dearest Dr. Manzetti, I find myself in a losing battle with my patient, As I've disclosed in my previous letter, his delusions have him completely captured. It's bad enough that he is torturing himself with paranoia, but his madness turns out to be quite persuasive to others, effectively laying the ground for mass delusion. I am writing to you in hope that you can give me some guidance. Beyond my ambition to avoid devastating surgery on my patient, I have grown worried about my own defenses. The words of my patient are deranged, yet they often resonate with something primitive within me. I have tried photographing his brain with X-rays. It was surprisingly difficult to get good results. Dark blotches on the plates kept obscuring all details. My patient looked at the bad plates and cried out in terror, telling me the dark areas was the shadow of the worm, eating him from inside. I could not see anything out of the ordinary. I hope this is a sign that my mind is not as receptive to the madness as I had feared. After further inquiry, my patient described the shadows inside his mind as some kind of chthonic monstrosity that wants to undermine his sanctuary. This is clearly a reference to a place he calls Teroea, a sort of library or convent that works as a psychological haven. With this imaginary haven threatened by this Chthonian, he has now constructed another, less pleasant hiding spot. Lately, he has been bringing up a metaphor of a steamboat that has run aground, that he feels like he needs to start the engines and reverse, but he is afraid that the hole in the hull would cause the whole ship to sink. I've been watching him turn this metaphor into reality for the last week. He knows it's made up, but he is doubling down, trying to make it a real memory. I feel certain that this is my chance to break through the barriers of his self-deceit.
Ah!
take this much more. This has to end.
For the Maccabean nightclub, we wanted this over-the-top Art Deco vibe going. And we went with a lot of gold and purple curtains, and we have also this very nice glass wall behind the bar, which would create a lot of nice lighting effects from the ceiling light.
Derceto stands on a breeding ground for the grotesque, a temple devoted to rebellious growth, the most ugly and cancerous side of nature. You may be able to shield your psyche for a while, but rest assured your soul will come to pray to that hideous god in time. That is the story of every man and woman who gather around that ancient arbor. They all croak, bark, and bleat, because their own bodies are afraid and they wish to repel the evil those words conjure. Ia! Ia! Instead of that blasphemous name, they gossip in hushed whispers the name of Derceto, Astarte, and the black goat of the woods.
I need the key.
Radiography. Patient Jeremy Hartwood. Date June 14, 1930. Plates. Jeremy's skull proved difficult to capture properly. Partial radiographs worked best. A complete picture of the brain can be assembled by piecing 3 plates together. Observations. Even when looking at an assembled version, a shadow covers significant parts of Jeremy's brain. Possible tumor, but more likely that the equipment is failing. Jeremy reacted strongly to the pictures and claimed to see a giant clay worm eating and displacing his memories. Notes. While this exercise has left me nowhere closer to an answer, I feel confident that a Burkhardt lobotomy should sever all necessary parts.
A character that was fun to write for was Dr. Gray. He was certainly off-putting, but we don't really get a good sense of how bad of a person he was. I don't imagine a lot of people liking him, but that doesn't necessarily make him a bad person. I personally think he behaved quite poorly at times because he was a smart man, often surrounded by not so smart people, which made him arrogant and quite annoying. But he did seem to want to help people, and he never really got caught up in the whole cult business. His fall was really brought on by a lack of control and inability to sway the cultists not to call on the Black Goat in the end. All in all, I wanted to write a character that the player thinks, he can't be the bad guy, right? It would be too obvious. But maybe?
Hypothetical psychosurgery based on the ideas by Burkhardt and the St. Petersburg research could end up saving Jeremy's mind. Severing the connections around the frontal lobe would certainly solve most mental afflictions. The procedure would be brutal in performance, as well as in efficiency. An ice pick pushed through the edge of the eye and into the skull would untether the nerves like Alexander cutting the Gordian knot. As this would likely leave Jeremy in a very different condition, all other paths should first be explored. The medical instrument I would need for this lobotomy is missing, and I should have Waits order a new one.
Don't mind if I do. That's better.
Why does this keep happening? What am I supposed to do? And we're back here. Well, perfect time to have a look around this place.
The attic in the original game is not only the first room that the player visits, it's also a room the dev team spent a lot of time in it because it was the first room we worked on, and actually it's kind of abstract of the whole game. You can find a lot of principles of the game in it. You can push items, you can find books, you can find weapons, and it's actually a lot of way of working in the game exists in the attic.
No, this is where Jeremy's hiding, right?
Hello? Is anyone there?
Jeremy?
I need help!
Wait! Can you hear me?
I'm stuck in the mud and the fire is taking
Jeremy,
me.
where are you?
The motor is dead. I can't do anything more.
Hang on, Jeremy. I'll figure something out. I'll get the boat running.
boat's wedged itself right into the bayou. If I get the motor started, I could try reversing back into the river.
To add discomfort and tension to the player, we let the chip have a very strong tilt going. And this is actually something we have used throughout the game to play with the perspective and just add this general discomfort.
Looks pretty weak. I just need something to break it. This definitely needs fuel.
broke.
Maybe the older players may recognize the music which is playing, which is Danse Macabre, which won the right record to choose in the original game to make the ghost move.
Whoa!
I'll try. Are you ready to tell me what happened to me? I put a rope around my neck, and then I strangled all life from my body. Are you under the impression? Yes. No! I was supposed to die.
What does that mean? That you were supposed to die?
I'm the catalyst. I had to die to make the story happen.
What are you referring to?
30 years ago, Frederic needed me to die.
You're not making any sense, Jeremy. Come back. Find your focus.
Hey!
I cheated everyone. I didn't play my part.
Hey!
I escaped my doom. My destiny.
Again, find your focus.
Hey, I'm right here. What the hell is going on?
Now everything is wrong. Nothing is in
Hey!
place.
I'm right here!
Calm down, Mr. Conley. What do you want?
Were you not talking to Jeremy right now?
I haven't seen Jeremy all day. Are you all right, Detective?
No. Actually, I don't think so. Well, maybe. I'm gonna go look for Jeremy.
Good. Let me know if you find him.
That was Jeremy's self-deceit? A steamboat stuck in the mud? I'm not going to pretend I understand any of that. What a bunch of psychoanalytic nonsense.
Jeremy was calling out for help, but Comby couldn't figure out where the voice was coming from. For a moment, Comby wondered if the boat itself was Jeremy, or if he was below it somehow. It didn't matter right now. Jeremy was clear on one thing. He wanted Comby to get the steamboat running and out of the mud.
There's something missing.
The artist spent a lot of time boating on the vast lake Pontchartrain. Poetry, painting, photography, everything seemed to become better by the shimmering water and the opalescent sky. One night, as the sailors returned to Derceto, they found a masquerade ball taking place. It must have been Perosi and Nora who invited their friends from the theater. The sailors quickly fashioned masks out of plaster of Paris and joined the festivities. They enjoyed themselves for hours before realizing time was not passing, nor could they find their friends. As they began to worry, they demanded that the guests unmasked, but they could not, because they were not wearing any masks.
This looks... How am I back at the office? Jeremy might have been here. That's me, isn't it?
How long had it been since I drowned myself in drink and depression? It had all felt so peaceful, slipping away into oblivion. A welcoming, dark voice wrapped around my mind like a heavy blanket. It turned off suddenly as I woke up from the sound of my office door closing shut. A messenger had left a telegram from Mrs. Saunders. She had a lead on where to find her husband and her kidnapped daughter. God, I used to drink so much back then. When was this exactly? What case was I working?
I like your choice for the main characters because he plays a detective in Stranger Things. So for an adventure game, it's very, very cool to feel that you are a detective too and investigate mysteries.
I think I need to figure out where I'm going first. I remember this case. Some kid got taken by her father, headed out of state, but he had made a mistake by selling a painting that his wife actually cared about to a collector named Thornhill to fund his venture. That's how I tracked him down. At least I think so. I can't go that way. Thornhill wasn't a bad man, but he had principles keeping him from handing out information about his deals. So it needed some convincing. Well, every case can't be squeaky clean.
We have a lot of paintings in the Derceto and in other worlds. To make this happen and to make it look as good and real as possible, we decided to use public domain paintings by real painters. Few of the objects in the game is actually scanned objects from museums and libraries that we can use, and we build a low poly version of it, and we can bake the textures directly from the scanned models.
Mr. Saunders had sold a valuable painting to Thornhill, hoping the money would carry him to wherever he was going. The painting, now leaning on an easel in Thornhill's bedroom, had a certain mesmerizing gloom that seemed to call out to me, telling me I was needed for something important. I felt myself falling into the painting, only being brought back by Thornhill, thrusting an address to a Hotel St. George into my hand and asking me to get the hell out. I don't remember this at all, but I can't say it didn't happen.
The city of New Orleans has always been a part of our design, but its usage and scale has changed due to technical limitation and in turn design decisions. Here we are in the clearest reference that still exists to the actual city, a park-like square with a looming cathedral. That place is of course Jackson Square and the St. Louis Cathedral.
On my way to the hotel, the Morton gang caught up with me. I owed them money, a lot of it. I can't remember what for. Probably some dumb gambling debt growing in size for each payment missed. I punched one of them out, and I sent the others packing. It was a simple. I found him. In the hotel ledger, I recognized the handwriting of the signature, Ted Stryker. It was him. I could feel it. It was the kidnapper I was hunting. I put on my knuckles and hurried up to his room.
Something about that name, Ted Stryker, rings a bell. Feels vaguely familiar.
I recognize this room, but I didn't catch up with them here. I must have followed them. But where? That's right, he was running away, ditching his old life and marriage in New Orleans to find something better in Tallahassee. And he took his daughter with him against the will of the mother. That's why she hired me. But I stopped him. I caught up with him at the Pearl River Bridge. Pearl River. This is where I caught up with them. This is what the Dark Man wanted me to revisit. But I'm still not seeing it. What am I forgetting?
The bridge over Pearl River is an interesting level to me. It came about when first reading up on New Orleans and the surrounding area. I happened upon this old photo, this bridge with its very mechanical design that seemed to have just been dropped into this wild bayou. It just seemed beautifully melancholic, and I'm really glad we managed to translate that whole scene into the game.
For the Pearl River Bridge, we wanted to do a very sad and melancholy mood to go hand in hand with how the story progresses. To do this, we chose to go with a very earthly and yellow color palette, as well as having very calming and not too heavy animations or wind or anything like that.
Edward had heard the whispers for years. When he lived in Brooklyn, it was only on rare occasions, like when he as a child climbed that tall tree in Central Park, or when he almost drowned in the Hudson River, trying to save his despaired mother. The whispers became more common as he moved to New Orleans, but still rare enough to be ignored. Now as he walks the halls of Derceto, he knows what is calling him. He doesn't want to admit it, but the dark young in the conservatory is telling him to sacrifice the cabris and corn.
My weapon broke.
Ugh. I can't believe I didn't recognize you.
I looked a little different back then, I suppose.
Was any of this real?
How do you mean?
This day, just... so much is happening. I can't... I think I've lost my head. Do you need me to apologize? I mean... I am sorry. I don't think I need to begin to explain. You're just a kid, Grace. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean for it to happen.
Lies. More lies.
No, really. I thought I was being a good guy by handing you over to your mother. I didn't know. I couldn't have known that she wouldn't care about you.
I don't know how this works. What is this for?
Some form of admission of guilt. Maybe acceptance. It's what the Dark Man wants.
I guess we just watch my father die again then.
You think he's alive?
I know he is. He's down there, scared that he won't be able to get out. That he will drown with his daughter again.
What are you saying? We gotta save him!
We? Do it yourself. I'm down there with him, remember?
Can I really save them? This all happened so long ago. I have to find a way to get down there. I have to see it with my own eyes. There was a boat at the house where I entered. If I can raise the bridge, I should be able to get to the car. This must be where the bridge is operated. Nothing's happening. It's like something's holding it back.
My God, Carby. Are you okay?
Don't leave me alone.
What the hell have you been doing?
What's going on here? Look at this mess!
I'm sorry, Mrs. Thompson.
Don't make me kick you out of this house. Now get out!
Hey, Detective. Mr. Carnby. I'm really worried about you.
I'm okay. I just need to catch my breath for a moment.
This place? There are some very disturbed figures around here. And I don't think it's just the patients. I've been reading some things about how Derceto has a deranging effect on people. I think it might explain things.
What?
Just take it easy, okay? I'm gonna go find a way into Dr. Gray's apartment. I want to know what he's hiding.
Emily, don't worry. I think I'm close. I'm gonna set everything right.
Just be careful.
Conby had run their car off the bridge. He pulled Grace out of the sinking car, but left her father to drown. He could have saved him. There was time. He just chose not to. Instead, he took Grace back to New Orleans and collected his paycheck.
I'm not going in there. She's clearly had enough of me.
Detective, am I glad to see you. Lock the door, will you? I don't think Dr. Gray would appreciate us snooping around.
What's going on here? This feels so strange.
The fixed camera angle in the rooms we call Gray's apartment is of course a direct reference to not just the story or the setting of the original, but the actual style of that game. When we first started developing our game, there was a brief discussion on making the whole game like this, but we decided against it because it felt limiting in so many ways. But I personally think it has a lot of charm, and a fixed camera has a lot going for it. I like how it frames things that are important to the player. Since Chapter 4 is about making the player feel that their character might be going crazy, it felt like a fun way to show this as well. Jumping from the shoulder camera to this much more observing view, we get a sense of an out-of-body experience. So while it's certainly a fun nod to the original, it also fit the experience we wanted to convey.
Yeah, this kind of static camera in the game reminds me a lot the original one, but actually I hated it because when the character face a room, a new room, from the player point of view, you cannot see inside the room, so you are scared to walk in, but actually the character in the game can see inside the room, and it disturbed me a lot during the whole dev of the game.
There's a book missing.
What did you do?
I was just rearranging the books.
Well, come on, let's check it out. I think I'm beginning to understand. Dr. Gray is dealing with some kind of mass delusion.
These three rooms.
But from which direction should I look at it?
These three rooms are more directly referenced to the original game. The master bedroom, dressing room, and the study. They go more into the original game's New England / colonial kind of style. So you have the bed with the canopy and the dresser and all these kind of small details that goes into it. To shift the mood somewhat and make the player not know if they are in the real world or not, we added the different mood in these three rooms.
The Snake Dagger, a monograph by Yael Klein. In Ludwig Prin's book on pagan rituals called The Mystery of the Grave, as translated by Nicholas Vachy, there are several references to a sacrificial dagger called the Snake Dagger. It has long been thought of as a poor translation of the original text, that it would be more appropriate with worm dagger from the Latin vermis cultrum. This seems natural following the recent consensus that the original title of Prin's book, De Vermis Mysteris, should literally translate to the mystery of the worm. However, this would take away from Vachy's great effort at translating the underlying meaning of the words and revealing several cultural beliefs. While Prin certainly was using the term worm as a symbol or synecdoche for death and the dead, which is made clear by the contents of the book, in the case of the dagger, we shouldn't be too hasty to dismiss his translation. Reading through Vachy's correspondence with his patron, it appears that he had more than just the Latin text at his disposal. Vachy had dug up Prin's living relatives and uncovered several cross-referenced historical texts and an actual snake dagger. The dagger was dated to the early Middle Kingdom of Egypt and had such a clear shape of a wave that Vachy considered calling it the sinusoidal blade. Knowing the full story, it seems prudent that he chose to translate it as snake and not worm. There are several reasons why this choice of word helps us understand the pagans that Prin's book attempts to describe. The symbolic value of the shape becomes more apparent when reading about the use for the dagger. In the passage of possession and exorcism, we find the snake dagger poisons the poisoner within the victim and is therefore pacified. Where the literal text would tell us that the worm dagger trumps the demon possessing the victim, it tells us nothing of their reasoning, only that somehow this dagger wins against the demon, like it had the better hand in poker. Vahi's translation allows us to follow the underlying logic to the ritual magic that is being performed. Poison the poisoner sounds like fighting fire with fire. That to hurt the demon possessing its victim, the priests would have to fight back with a power that is known to the evil they are fighting. The snake dagger is therefore not only a good way to describe its form, but it also helps us understand how it could be thought of as a useful tool for exorcism. Finally, it also helps us understand their relationship to lunacy, that it was thought of as something poisoning the mind rather than controlling it. What is also interesting to note is that the possessed are always considered poisoned in their head and not their heart. The snake dagger always went to the eye of the possessed, leaving them partially blind, if they had the good luck to survive.
Good to finally meet you, Mr. Hartwood. I'm here on the behalf of your brother Philip. You were expecting me, weren't you?
Yes, you're from Derceto, no?
That's right. I just wanted to ask you a few questions to see if there is anything I can do to help you and your family.
Okay.
I understand you're full of imagination. You make up a lot of things.
I suppose.
And you obsess over them, blurring reality and fiction.
Sometimes.
Do you want to tell me about the Dark Man?
No, I don't.
That's all right. Perhaps there is something else you can tell me. Something you know to be made up, but you hold dear.
Juan?
John? Who's John?
No, Juan Luis Jorge. Oh, wait there a moment. Here, take a look.
Is he... Oh, he is the author.
It's a magnificent book. Life-changing even. The real Juan is long dead, but I like to think of him as my friend. My most beloved friend.
I see. Do you often do this? Fantasize about people you read about?
No. Well, there is Jacob.
Who is Jacob?
Turn to the last page.
Oh, it's a newspaper article. The Prisoner of Ice, Jacob van Ostad. Is he also your beloved friend?
Oh, no, Doctor. Not at all. He is the fire that fights fire.
Yes, I think it's clear your overstimulated imagination, this mania, needs to be tempered for you to live a normal life. I know your family calls it the Hartwood curse, but I want you to know that there is nothing supernatural about your condition. It's all inside your head. And with that, I'm very qualified to deal with. In time, you will be cured.
In time.
Yes, in time we will exorcise all your demons, all the dark men.
Yeah!
Please, Mr. Hartwood, calm yourself.
What happened?
Oh, don't you worry your little head about it, Miss Hartwood. Your uncle and I just had our first breakthrough.
What were you saying about mass delusion?
Derceto seems to have a deranging effect on people living close by. It has a history of creating cults devoted to some nature goddess. Even the name Derceto refers to the cult existing here before the Civil War. Derceto was the name of an ancient fertility goddess worshipped in Syria. Dr. Gray and his friends, however, seem to prefer the black goat of the woods with 1,000 young, or Shub-Nigroth. And that name can only have come from my uncle's twisted mind.
You think all of them are in this cult business? Even Jeremy?
I'm not sure any of them have a choice at this point. We just need to find a way to stop all of this.
I've been so busy trying to free your uncle from the promise he made to the Dark Man. I guess I kind of just let everything else go.
Don't worry, Detective. I feel like we're close. I'm sure Jeremy will turn up. If he is part of the cult, he wouldn't want to miss the Feast of St. John. I just need enough information to make him see the truth.
I hope you're right, but I doubt he'll show up. Not as long as the Dark Man's got him hiding. Huh. Has that been there this whole time? Hello?
Detective Conby?
Who is this? Jeremy?
Jeremy is with the Dark Man. You can't save him.
Well, I've done everything he wanted so far, and there's just one more thing on the list. I expect him to keep his promise and return Jeremy unharmed.
Get out, Detective, while you still can.
Yeah, this kind of
Nice.
The fixed camera angle in the
You okay? You look a little frazzled.
Just stupid telephone.
I know. I tried calling the police earlier. The telephone is completely dead.
It's not... Yeah, no, the telephone isn't working.
Miss Hartwood, I think you're gonna want to see this.
Is there something in the closet?
Yeah, there is. You don't see the very obvious gate leading to whatever Jeremy's madness is serving up next?
I don't understand. Are you making some kind of fashion metaphor? I'm sorry, I don't have time for this. Can you just tell me what you're doing?
You don't see this. It's fine. It's fine. Catch you later.
Are you going inside the closet?
Yeah. You got a problem with that?
No. Do what you think is right, Detective.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Goodbye, Miss Hartwood.
The Arctic level is the second and last extreme otherworld, which kind of bookends the madness where we started in the desert, the warm desert, and ending in the cold Arctic. And the warm desert, of course, is being the lion's nest, so to speak, for the Darkman. And the cold Arctic is therefore the opposite. It's a world dreamed into existence by Jeremy to protect his own manic personality. And in charge of this protection is Jacob van Ostad, who we find and fight on top of a cliff. I could go on about how the last layer of hell in Dante's Inferno is a cold wasteland, but that was an afterthought. It really was a lot less complicated than that. It was just a text in the original called The Unfinished Chapter of Terra Incognita by Jacob van Ostad, which conjured this vision of an Arctic landscape, and that really fitted well with our narrative, so we incorporated it.
What can be said about Jacob van Ostad without evoking contempt or apologia? The first piece of information is the obvious. He is not the explorer Jeremy idolized in his youth, but the figment of his imagination. If you want biographical facts, I am not the one to answer such questions. In the case of Jeremy, he is a guardian of imagination, or rather a persona appointed the role of containing a self-sabotaging mania. However useful Jacob once was, his loyalty to Jeremy has slowly been replaced by fanaticism. Like a firekeeper who has for decades been burnt by his own sacred flames, now does what he imagines the fire wants. Jeremy has lost all control over Jacob and suffers greatly because of him, but is admittedly also still invigorated by his labor. In the plainest of words, Jacob keeps Jeremy sick so he can remain Jeremy.
We found the ancient stellarium perched on a cliff facing the Arctic Ocean after a day of sailing due north of the Eskimo encampment. Jacob van Oostad was our most keen member of the expedition. He had been chasing down the source of a peculiar type of crystallized metal present in several sacred items among the natives on the northeast coast of Greenland. The site was a remarkable find for any explorer, and we were all enraptured in our search for enlightenment and meaning. The surviving architecture seemed almost unearthly in origin and astonishingly sophisticated. The metal Jacob was searching for was abundant, almost ubiquitous. We were so taken by our find that we were surprised by the sun falling below the horizon. As we quickly picked up our gear, ready to head back to our camp, Jacob van Oostad declared that he wanted to stay. He was adamant. We begged him to reconsider. The night would be getting colder by the hour, and we feared for all our safety. Jacob refused, threatening us with violence if we wouldn't leave him alone. As the snowfall turned heavier, we left him there on his own. The next day, the weather became worse, and we had to spend hours enforcing our shelter as our tents became increasingly useless. The group had written off Jacob, thinking he must be dead. I had an urge to make one final attempt to save him, so I headed out as darkness fell with a handful of flares and headed toward the coast and up the climb towards the stellarium. That's when I saw him, transfixed by a burning sky, that celestial lantern. Jacob keeled over and let out a painful shriek that struck me with such fear and pity. He was crying in agony, for the cold weather had ravaged his flesh. I called out to him, and he turned to face me. His vacant stare held me in place like a needle through a butterfly, and he said, "You must leave now, Herstein. Go, and never come back." And so I left.
Hey, you! What are you doing here? What is this place?
Turn back, Detective. You're not wanted here.
Whoa, take it easy. I'm not your enemy.
Oh, you're wrong, Detective. You're wrong.
For the observatory, which is the alien-looking structures you see here, we really try to avoid going too much into the sci-fi trope and went more towards a more ancient-looking construction. And I think we found a very nice shape language for the final observatory structure, which is this sphere you can see here, and it has the Taroea star symbols on the ground, and I think it's a really nice environment, showing off some really nice 3D art, and we have obviously the Northern Lights or Aurora Borealis, giving it some magic glow going, which is also a nice touch.
Stars align, Jeremy, or maybe that is what you need. Temper that mania of yours.
Stay dead, will you? Everything! Aren't you happy? Stupid charlatan! What more do you want from me? You want me to lose my mind?
Oh, my lord! Doctor! Baptiste!
Jesus. What were you thinking, compadre?
You awake? You are awake. Mr. Conby's up.
Hey, buddy. I thought you'd be knocked out for the rest of the night. Come on out and join us, will you? I'll save you some gumbo.
Good to have you back. You gave us all a good scare.
What happened?
You had a psychological breakdown. Sorry for manhandling you, but you were being violent, you see.
You stabbed Jeremy and then punched Dr. Gray.
Are they okay?
Jeremy's a little strange, but everything's back to normal.
Really?
All thanks to you, combat. You want to try standing up?
Well, if it isn't the hero of the day. How are you feeling, Detective?
Never better. How about you two? Hey, Jeremy, I didn't do too much damage, did I?
Things are fine. Very quiet.
What's up with him? Painkillers?
No. You see, despite you having the finesse of a one-eyed butcher, you managed to lobotomize dear Jeremy.
I did what?
It's actually quite impressive. It's not like I hadn't considered it myself. I just wish Jeremy could have been helped without reducing his personality to that of an oyster.
But he's gonna live.
Of course. As long as someone keeps feeding him, he'll outlive the best of us.
Does Emily know about Jeremy's condition?
Yes. She seems to be handling it quite well under the circumstances.
Does she still want to take Jeremy away from Derceto?
I will have to insist that you do. This is not that kind of institution.
Jeremy, hang on for a little longer, okay? We'll be going back to New Orleans soon.
Oh, good. I do so miss the city lights.
Hey, Ruth. Glad to see you made it back to Derceto.
You too, Detective. Make sure to stay for the festivities. It's no Mardi Gras, but it ain't bad.
You seen Emily around?
I saw her packing some things into that old jalopy you arrived in about an hour ago. I'm sure she hasn't given up on you yet.
Catch you later.
Looking forward to it, Detective.
Case closed. Detective Convey had found Jeremy and brought him back to Derceto. He worried that Emily wouldn't be all that happy with his performance, considering Jeremy's impromptu brain surgery. Maybe she would refuse to pay him in full. It was the kind of thought that would normally infuriate Convey, but right now he just felt happy to be back. No matter if he would be seeing the $150 or not, he couldn't wait to rendezvous with Emily and go back to New Orleans.
What are you looking for?
Just keeping an eye out for the storm. Radio says it could be a wild one.
You don't know where Emily is, do you?
She's packing some of Jeremy's things. Said she wanted to take them away. I'm sure she'll come and get you when she's ready.
I should probably get a move on then.
See you around, compare.
This party scene is an important final chance for the player to reacquaint themselves with our cast before we end the game. It's sort of putting an epilogue before the end. If you know what happens later, you could argue that we could have easily just played it all in one cutscene, leading you from the confrontation of the Dark Man to fighting the Black Goat. But experience-wise, we wanted to give the player a fake ending, basically a chance to doubt and consider what had happened. This space to ponder that gives the player time to process thoughts like, what happened? What was real? Have I been suffering from delusions? And of course, is the game really over already? Everything is kind of pointing to the fact that your part of the story is over, and all you have to do is wait for your companion to arrive and you can go back to New Orleans. But of course, we hit you with one final surprise. The tree comes alive and kills everyone.
Good to see you back on your feet, Detective. Have some gumbo.
Thanks. I'll save it for later.
Seems like everyone's in a pretty good mood.
The Eve of St. John is the most important date of the whole year. It's the only day when the black goat of the woods tends to her young.
I'm gonna go look for Emily.
Don't worry about her. She wouldn't leave without you, would she?
Hey, kid. What are you up to?
Preparing for the ceremony. I don't want to disappoint Mother.
What's your part in this?
I'm the Cabernet Corn. It's very important. Only I can settle our debt.
You know, I had my doubts, but you are in the right place, Grace.
I think you might be right. For once.
That is one impressive tree.
More impressive than you could ever imagine.
So how does this all work? You dance around chanting? For the ritual, I mean?
Stay and find out, Detective. It might just do you good.
You haven't seen Emily, have you?
No, Detective. I haven't.
All right, tell me, what the hell's about to happen here?
Every year we have a little turn the page ceremony by the tree. It's symbolical. It's like life has its cycles of grief and happiness. You know? Just like a tree facing the seasons. Things change, but remain the same.
So this is basically New Year's Eve, but with a tree metaphor.
Exactly. You're so smart. It's about starting again. I mean, who could use a positive message like that more than a bunch of lunatics like us.
I get the feeling some of you think this year is going to be special. Any idea why?
Well, we got some new words, thanks to your buddy Jeremy, and some other changes to the program. Let's just say we're all in this year.
Everyone knows what to do? Y'all know the new words.
Mrs. Thompson, we talked about this. I'm not sure everyone is comfortable.
Doctor, I insist. This is important. We've waited for so long, Doctor.
Let's just go with the old song. Not every change is an improvement.
Boss, good or bad, we need to move forward.
All in, Doc. Let's bet it all.
But we don't know what we're dealing with.
It'll be okay, Doctor. Better even.
Ever their praises and abundance to the black goat of the woods. Hear us, brother. Take pity on us. Take pity on us.
Ever
Hear
their
us,
praises and
abundance
to the black goat of
take
the
pity
woods.
on us. Hear us, Mother, and take pity on us. Take pity on us.
Ever their praises and abundance to the black goat of the woods. Hear us, Mother, and take pity on us.
Stop! Are you crazy?
Use the hand crossface.
Grace! Stop!
Yeah! Shoot the crowd! Yeah! Shoot the crowd! Let's go the
Stop in the ground! Yeah! Stop in the ground! Get my uncle out of here!
Jeremy, come with me! Get over here! Jeremy, come with me! Jeremy, come here!
No! There has to be a doctor blood!
Jeremy!
I can't let that monster leave Derceto. I have to stop it.
After the Black Goat escapes, she leaves the conservatory in this destroyed state. This was really hard work for us to solve because we pretty much destroyed the full conservatory and added a lot of effects, and it was a lot of performance issues, and we had to solve the problem where we actually moved the player to another location where we have these models. And yeah, I hope you enjoy it.
can't see the house from the outside. And because of the limitation at this time, and also the fire at the end of the game, you put fire on the tree, which is really better now.
To mirror her satanic side, we put 5 legs into the monster design of the Black Goat. And if you would draw a line between the hooves, it would create a pentagram.
The amount of clear Lovecraftian references was a continuous issue that we wrestled with, and a clear case of that is the Black Goat of the Woods, which is the name for the tree. So we start out with learning about this cult, that this is something that the staff mainly is engaged with. As more we learn, we figure out the connection to Chernigorod, and also if you're very Lovecraftian nerdy, you will start to think of the Dark Youngs, which are these big trees that can move and fight. And we haven't, even I don't really know exactly what you're fighting, but it's kind of up to the player to figure out if they want to think of this as the actual Chernigorod, a Dark Young, or just a big nasty tree that's called the Black Goat, with some very cool satanic imagery.
Oh, I like this surprise. Actually, in the original game, the tree was down in the caves, and now the tree, you can see it since the beginning, and you fight it from the attic. This is quite a good surprise.
Thank you very much for listening in. I hope you have enjoyed the playthrough and hearing us talking about some of the thoughts we had while making this game. Bye.
Thank you for listening to us, and if you are still here and 30 years after the first episode, it means that you are a very good fan. Thank you to you.
Thank you for playing and for listening to us rant about the game. Again, I'm Mikan Hedberg, creative director, signing off.
Detective!
Oh, what the hell was that?
I tried to tell you. There was so much evidence. Their devotion to the Black Goat was like nothing I've ever seen before. I felt so dumb believing any of it, but I'm glad I did.
Are you okay?
Everything is out of order. This isn't the way the story goes. I shouldn't be alive.
Yeah. Oh, you're welcome, buddy.
How are you doing, sweetie?
I kinda like it. You ruined everything, but I'm not mad.
Alright, you ready to head back to New Orleans?
Come on, Jeremy. We're leaving.
Can I come?
I thought you said you didn't need saving.
Don't leave her. She's important.
Of course we're taking her with us.
Yay, I'm important.
Wow. What a great ending, for real. Oh my god. Finally, this is over. Oh my goodness gracious, buddy. Wow. What do we take away from this? I honestly don't know. Honestly don't know. It's surprising how many theories there are in these days. Delusions, was it like performances? Like, there is so much going on in here that it's up to you to decide what really was happening there, honestly. Whoa. Are the glitches actually happening, or is it my screen? That's another thing I don't know. For some strange reason, there were times where my game was glitching or lagging. That was really frustrating, but at least we managed to beat the game, right? And it was pretty decent, like, the game was actually pretty nice, honestly. I had a couple of jump scares here and there, but it was pretty nice, actually pretty nice. I'm very happy that I managed to get a happy ending, at least, right? I didn't manage to get all of the, I don't even want to pronounce that word, I don't know how it's pronounced, honestly, but the things that were telling you the side story, or like the backstory of, like the pickups, you know, like the small things that you were picking up from random places. I didn't manage to get all of them, but it's alright, it's whatever, I guess. Now there's another playthrough. I heard that you can play with Emily too if you want, but we're not gonna go through that details. I don't think there's any point to that, honestly. The game's great. I had really fun playing this. I hope you had fun watching this too. That last boss really, like, screwed me over. I didn't know how to beat it. Then eventually I saw the strategy and managed to beat it. It was tough, but I managed. So yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you so much for watching the story overall, the series overall. Thank you so much for watching my channel as well. A lot more really cool games are coming, so I hope you stay through the journey. Hope you stay through the channel. Another great game is over. Yeah, that's all I have to say. That was nice. Well then, until next time, don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already, and like this video because that really helps me out a lot. Also click on the notifications bell so you're notified every time I upload. See you next time. Remember to put a smile on your face, and as always, take care, people.
you.